Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. I am Adakay, and I am here. We're here for the Karen Reed trial, and it is going to be a very interesting day. Yesterday kind of was a little slow, so we're going to see what happens today. I found it interesting that all of the witnesses that came on were pretty much saying the same thing, that they looked like to be a couple in love and no one saw any problems in their relationship. Minor discrepancies over the children, but that's not a normal. So, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Good morning, Miss Kevin. I am here. Went to the ER yesterday. I'm okay. It's a virus, and that's a good thing. So let us do our happy birthdays for today. I didn't do them yesterday, I don't believe. So let's go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Karen. And happy birthday, Mark. Kim, I hope your day is awesome.
Happy birthday.
Darlene.
Happy birthday.
Rebecca, have a blessed birthday. Jamie, enjoy the day today. Birthdays are special.
Happy birthday.
I turned off the loop, my bad. Jackie, happy birthday.
To
Brooke, happy and blessed birthday. Hope you have many more.
Happy birthday.
Catalina, a happy birthday. Nancy, happy birthday. And I really hope you raise money for the National Police Bloodhound Association. What a thoughtful thing. So all of you, happy birthday. Enjoy it. And may it be an awesome and blessed day for you. All righty. Well, we are here early today because I didn't sleep so well. Y'all, I had a little bit of struggle. Oh, have you ever had a headache that nothing touches? And I didn't even do my hair today, y'all. It is in a little clip think I'm going to do it differently. It just with this infection, all the pressure, and not infection, the virus, with all the pressure on my head and everything, I just couldn't get rid of the headache. And so it was a difficult night. It's going to be hopefully a better day today. I felt kind of bad because I rewatched a part of my live, and oh my gosh, there was one part of my live where you see me go, "Mm." Yeah, yesterday was rough. How bad was I, Miss Kevin, yesterday afternoon? No, this is not vodka. This is water. So we had, we had a lot of witnesses yesterday. But the interesting thing is they all said the same thing. I mean, I don't understand why you need to put 30 witnesses to say the same thing, but I have one, two, three, four front to back pages of notes. I kind of stopped taking some of the notes because it was just redundant. It was a continuation of Lieutenant Charles Ray from Canton PD. Then a Michael Camerano came up, and he went on for quite a while. Then they had morning recess. Then a Catherine Camerano came up. She's a nurse. They're the ones who had one of the children. I mean, they were connected with the children in this. Then you had a Rebecca Trayers. She's the bartender in the waterfall. And that was something that we'll talk about. Then you had Nicole Colacanthisa, whatever. Cole Okoitis. Colthias. Something like that. And you had the Nicholas, who was an attorney. And then you had Corina, the same last name, who is the wife of the attorney. And we finished with her, I believe. Good morning, Andriel. So yeah, y'all, it was one of those days that you had to just get through. But where is all this evidence? And I'm waiting for them to bring it in that she was a drunk and that I'm expecting the bartender and the people to say, because we heard somewhere that she had 8 or 9 drinks. Excuse me. I'll yawn for the first few minutes of this. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, the basketball game was more interesting than the first scene. The Celtics and who were playing? But they showed a lot of bar scenes and a lot of footage. And not once was there anything negative in any of that. In fact, only thing that bothered me is I know that O'Keefe had at least one drink at the first place, at least. And then the rest of the gang, when they went to Waterfall, had 6, 7 drinks, beers mostly. And then they get in the car and drive off. Bartender could count the drinks via the receipt. And I do believe they do have that receipt. Why can't I quit yawning, y'all? I apologize for it. Doctor gave me some medicine. It is a mouthwash. It's called Magic Mouthwash. It's got lidocaine, Benadryl, and Malox in it. So when my mouth starts hurting real bad, I can use that. Well, it may not be able to come into evidence because here's the argument. you can go up to the bar and buy 6 drinks. Doesn't mean you drank all 6. True. I could have only had 1. The receipt doesn't necessarily show who drank what. However, drink of choice for Karen Reed, almost called her Hannah, and vodka tonic in a glass like this. I'm not drinking alcohol, it's water. Not this time of morning. I shouldn't have done that. I'm trying to stay awake. So, I don't know where that evidence is. I think that at this point, the defense is losing. We do have movement in courtroom. It's the proverbial fan. I will not stick you guys with that. See? I think it was for the defense to get in. You saw no alcohol. She wasn't swerving. She wasn't slurring words. She did not appear to be drunk. And at the end, the defense talked about why she had one of the ladies, the last lady on the stand, is it Katrina? Something like that. Um, was asked about did she communicate with Karen Reed anytime since the incident? And she said no. And then the defense got up there and said, but were you made aware that her phone was seized? How many of us write down our phone numbers of all of our contacts, friends, or save copies? Nope. I also heard of people ordering alcohol in front of their friends and then pulling the wait staff aside and telling him to put soda. I'll bring soda. Yeah, that's happened before. Yeah, I saw that on Runkles. But the thing is we don't know what they did here. And the thing for me is even Runkle and all of them, every one of us is saying, where's the tire marks? She had to roll up on the grass to hit him, roll over the curb and onto the grass. And as soft as that ground was, after everything melted, you'd have tire marks. And the red piece of taillight that they found, after being in the dirt and trampled on, supposedly under the snow, was too pristine. It was way too pristine. Even I think Runkle said that, or was it lawyer? And I was like, yeah, I said it on my life. It's too clean, way too clean. There's a footprint under it. What? It looks like it was just dropped there. If it had snow on it, you take it, you can hold it up to the glass. And you know how when you have water on a glass and it slowly melts with the sun, you can actually see the edges of it melting. That was a pretty big piece of glass. I don't know if that one would be blown away, but that is another comment that it could have been blown away. I believe that's a good possibility. I said that before. He could have walked out on his own volition, passed out, but had a head trauma, which people think once you get on the head, you pass out immediately. That is so not true. You do not pass out immediately. Not everybody does. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to figure out a better system or a better cord for this monitor over here. I just knocked it out. Come back on. Come back on. You should get signal. Just knocked my monitor out. Let me reinstate it. Let me replug it in. Oh, come on. Don't be such a finicky thing. Mm. We'll see. There it goes. So get this where I want it. I'm needing coffee. I have already had almost a whole cup of coffee and I'm still struggling. I think it's the meds. Man. So he could have very well gotten a disagreement or fight. He could have taken it outside with, just say, Brian Higgins. Out of everyone in that room, Brian Higgins is the only one I can think of that he could get in a fight with, because Brian Higgins is having a romantic involvement with Karen Reed, who is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, and they have romantic text and everything. So out of everybody in that room, the only one with motive to fight that I am aware of at this time would be Brian Higgins. And he comes and goes throughout this whole thing. Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. So I would venture to say that John O'Keefe did go to the door and something happened. He and Brian Higgins got into it about Karen Reed. And then they could have said, y'all take it outside, whatever. But the whole thing is he has a huge laceration on the back of the head, blunt force trauma on the back of the head, and nobody's talking about it. I suspect it came from the glass. That's how the glass got broken. It is the same size as this glass here. They're fairly heavy. And I believe that glass was involved in the fight, because the scratches on the arm, or the wounds, as I like to call them, are actually more indicative of that glass. Reminds me of 3 men that died in Kansas. They claim no foul play for 3 bodies in the yard. Really? I remember my daughter bunked her head on the dresser while jumping on the bed, and the nurse told us to keep her watch over her 24 hours, keep her awake. And that was for a concussion. And he went to the police station at 1:30 a.m. Brian Higgins is super suspicious. Well, and that's the other thing. If you've been drinking, you're not allowed to respond to any kind of scene. Was he officially working? Did he clock in and work? Or was he a concerned person showing up on scene? That's what I want to know. We're going to have some fun court to keep this chick awake. And Sensei, come here, baby girl. Come on. Come on. Come here. Oh, stretch. Come here. Mama needs a hug. Up, up. Sensei. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Come on. Come here. Up, up. She's all like, no. And I'm like, yes. Come here. Up, up. Come on. Oh. Mama needs a hug. Mama needs her loving this morning. We didn't do loving, did I? Hmm? All right, come on. She's like, I don't want to be on TV. I don't want to be on scene. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was my puppers. That's my service dog. Everybody, thank you for joining me. I greatly appreciate you. Please do the YouTube thing and subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. It is just a click of a button. Excuse me, and like it. Those are nothing, doesn't cost you anything. I think if we had to known that we had to work to keep our kids alive, a lot of us wouldn't have them. Oh, I've had a few calls with my own. But I won't share some of this stuff because they're now adults and they can get mad at me for it. The cup was a big issue. The blood is a huge issue for me. That glass, I'm like, where is all the other shards of glass? If you found the glass and it was broken in that area, where's the rest of the charge? Oh, yeah, it got blown away. Oh, no, it's a lifetime. It's a lifetime. I know what I can do. For those of you who are hopping on and wondering why am I so lethargic, I got really sick yesterday. Yep, got blown away by the leaf blower. Well, that I very well pop it. Well, the big pieces may not. Gone with the wind. Oh my gosh. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Mm. Mm. Y'all have to think about it. The whole roof of my mouth is solid sores. He told me I had some going down my throat. That was why it was hurting when I was eating eggs yesterday. He said I'll probably get more by the time this is over. But I kind of got a little crumpy yesterday towards the end. I don't know how I survived that one. Probably should have signed off, but I was waiting for the end of the trial. So the big point for me, blood is left. And here we go, y'all.
All persons have any business before the honorable
Only
President,
7 minutes late, y'all.
Norfolk Superior Court, and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? Okay, so I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment. Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a moment.
Oh, snap. We have a juror that heard or saw or read something. That wakes me up. Thank you. Starting off spicy already. Oh my gosh. Look at the look of Mama's face. Uh-oh, she's all, oh shit. Oh, all right. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shoot. A juror raised their hand to seeing something about the case. They have 17 jurors. I think 12 will deliberate. I mean, they've got enough. Boy, if looks can kill from John O'Keefe's brother yesterday or 2 days ago, it would have killed him. If looks could kill, oh, that woke me up. I don't do well mornings. I can stay up all night long until 4 or 5 in the morning and be fine. But you get me up like I have been getting up at 6:30 in the morning for this case, I'm all like for the half hour or two, and then I'm fine. But oh man, I don't know who the guy with the beard is. She only has one son left. There's Daddy. And I think those right there are for Karen Reed. I think that's Karen Reed's parents in the lower corner. I don't know if you can see if I do this. Yeah, I'll click on it in the lower corner. I think that's her parents. At the very end of day 6, they showed the video of the police arriving at the house to check on the kids, and you could see her tail light was broken.
Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
okay. Shoot, I gotta get these. I forgot about that, y'all.
Watch your step up.
That's what I need to do. Christopher Albert is Selectman.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
Oh,
I
sorry.
live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
Dang it.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
I forgot to do this. I got to figure this out.
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons.
Yeah.
What did he do for 21 years?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called
Exactly.
D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff. Yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street, is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows, it's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or all on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's two houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers, are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now,
You're going to tell me what he ate?
you grew up in Canton, correct?
Exactly?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And do you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop that night?
So the shop stays open till 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall in relation to that?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to work?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, "Are you coming down? Are you there?" She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh,
Pretty close.
within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
Good morning,
walk in,
Rosie
where you
Rosie.
sort
Thank you
of-
for joining.
where you go in
Better
reference
today,
to
thank
sort of
you.
the people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and
How are you?
I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No,
You're
my brother
right.
Brian wasn't there yet.
You're right,
Yeah.
Ann.
It was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
That's why a lot of police
Yeah, no
officers
problem, sorry.
go in.
At some point shortly after,
Um,
at some
watch
point,
them.
who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your?
It is.
your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but just probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you know him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
30.
And
I think
what,
it's
if
coming up with
anything, did you
35.
know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
So they stop and
You mentioned,
get alcohol and party
as
with
far
you
as
for a while.
going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother Brian's son,
Brian Jr.
So Brian Jr.
Brian Jr. Yeah, we call him Brian Jr.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older
Hence
brother,
why
Brian,
everybody
and
went back to
Higgins
the
come in,
house.
Where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen?
I don't. It's just real so.
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom?
Typical man doing
Yes, I
the
do.
whoopsie-loo as he drives by.
Where she's seated, or
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when
Who is also a Canton PD officer.
Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming in?
They walked directly in, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe. And then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe?
I am keeping count of what, if anything, and we're at 8 right now.
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
Hmm?
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? And
Okay, whoa.
It was just a tall, like, cylinder
I got to come back. What did he just say? I'm sorry, y'all. I was drinking water. Missed it.
When Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant to do?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under her coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
I'm sorry. The base of that glass, it was one of these. What he's talking about is like that. No. The glass that was
Do you know
pulled
about
out.
What time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
Yep, from the other bar.
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that.
So
kind of
you
stuff,
left
as
your
far as,
shop just a 7-minute walk away
where did you go?
at 9:50, and you get there
I
at
think
9:45. You were
The defendant
basically an
sat
hour.
down, and I think
The
John
bar.
went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
Karen's the one who came in with the
And-
glass at another
You
from
mentioned
one
the
bar to
defendant
another
sat
bar.
down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now,
My
with
question is, I
regard,
didn't see her leave with the
to
glass
the-
from the video
how would you
yesterday.
describe
Did
sort of
y'all?
The general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish
Hoodie.
garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a
It's like a
pullover
long
hoodie.
sleeve shirt.
It's a
Is that
t-shirt
what he was
hoodie.
wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that? when you saw him?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that he was?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people are sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian,
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
Oh,
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
yeah, Rosie.
Trying to see who else turned 21.
Y'all forgive me.
Can't remember exactly. I know it was
I have a
recent. I
mouthful
remember
of
doing it. I just
blisters.
can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
was it recent
I have a
to
mouthful
January?
of blisters.
Yeah, it was
Screaming,
sometime
and I've had
before
a
that,
headache
but within like a couple months, I think someone turned 21.
midstream yesterday.
Maybe we just went there.
Today. I've taken
And
all
so
my
what, if
drugs,
any,
medic
conversation from
heads,
your end as far
uh,
as,
medic-
obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation
headache
from your end was
medication.
there in reference to?
and nothing's touching
To doing
it.
that night. So
Is
we
it
were
a
doing a weight
virus?
loss competition,
And none
me,
of-
Matt
of course,
McCabe,
no, I'm
and my
not on
brother
blood
Brian.
right now. I
And
apologize.
we had like 2 more weeks left in it, and we do it. Every year it's like a charity. We do it, and the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no because we were doing this weight loss challenge, and
Yeah,
I just
we'll do
didn't
this. It's a half
want to give
day.
in and eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
No, if I get to where I can't do it anymore, I'll stop.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not
I'm gonna
long when
go
I got there.
medicate. I'll
She
be right back.
probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with water?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them
Okay.
outside, or where is it that you recall sort of?
I have this stuff called.
My best recollection is I walked out
Lunch.
roughly the same time, and I walked out
I could wash
the
my whole mouth
building,
with it, but I'd rather just
and
get a cute
I come
cup
up
and do it.
Washington to the right, and they were
Oh, I'm
either
fine, guys.
shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the
It's
left.
a dull one now. It's not a migraine
When you say walk out
anymore,
Washington,
but it's just
you
not
walk
wanting to
out
break.
Yeah, I walked home.
I'm going to give it an hour.
Come out of the bar,
If I
what,
still feel bad in an hour, then I'll stop.
the weather or what was going on?
Deal?
Just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or the
Oh yeah, yeah, you could still see it.
Don't leave me.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well.
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I
night?
did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now, is that correct?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
and if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
What?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury.
So if he went to bed, he wasn't.
From what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
That's strange to me. You have a party going on in your house and you go to bed.
Channel
Okay.
3, the second video now. You could just pause there for a moment, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not a bar person. I don't do
So
bars.
what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer, basically just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top.
High top is a
And-
table that's tall.
I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here,
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
back here. Wait. So this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention where that was.
On this side over here, it's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. And I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman.
I've seen this video so many times, y'all.
Now, Mr. Alba, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that correct?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman,
Y'all think about this. This is helping the defense in their case. As far as the case itself, the prosecution is calling everybody and their brother, so they get to cross all these
as far as,
people without having to
two
call them as
individuals sort of walking in,
witnesses.
do you recognize who those individuals are?
So this
I do.
mundane
That's
and
John O'Keefe
constant
and
repetitive
Miss Reed.
testimony,
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10 minutes.
the jurors are going to see it on the prosecution side and not on the defense side. Just saying, y'all. Just saying. I hate it when I do that. For y'all who don't know, I do Native American bead work. This is kind of what I do. This is all hand beaded. I am working on a baseball cap right now. And I got to get it done.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
Didn't bring my wax in.
Now, Mr. Alba, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know.
Objection.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know?
Yes,
And how do you know that, sir?
because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they
He-
came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Okay, so
Now,
where
turn your
did this
attention
party
to the
happen
next
at
day
your
on
house?
29th. About
Oh, no, that was
Colin,
Chris,
your son,
not Al,
woke up.
Brian.
Recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah, I was
AM?
still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
At 8 a.m.?
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And
Wow.
following receiving that information, where did you go or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like,
Okay, but
what are
wait.
you
the
talking
police said
about?
that
Like,
there's
what do
nobody
you
else
mean?
in the
And then I
house, and
jumped
they
up
went in to
and
interview at 6
she's like,
a.m.
we have to go over, let's go over to your brother's house.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my excuse me. From what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
I find
Afterwards,
this
just home.
interesting that the boy didn't get home till 8 a.m.
Now, as far as
Where was he?
subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a problem with that, with part of that testimony. What time did the son get home and why?
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton? Or
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town. Correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he
Yes.
moved. He
Yes.
moved shortly after that. Yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
How
Do you know
convenient.
whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife, Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other 2 sons. Yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well-known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
Is that like
I'm
a
one of
mayor?
5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin
City
Albert has some
council?
power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Okay, that's sustained. You've got another witness. You can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
Wow.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection. Now, may we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
Whoa. Huh. Someone's not liking it. Y'all, this is very tedious work. I have to use pliers to push the needle. This is very tedious. Sewing through a baseball cap. And we go through the beads twice. So I'll pick up the beads and go down in the cap and up around again. It can take, this is going to take me 10 hours to do. And I got to keep the colors in order. And I do that by having this system where I take one off the top and put it on the bottom. I have already broken 3 needles in 1 inch. So I'm trying just a hair thicker, shorter needle to see if it's more durable. Let me see the comments. Member of City Council, that still has some power. Y'all, that still's got some influence and power in the community. I don't care what you think. That's just one down from mayor. And these beads are so tiny, y'all. I have to be careful when I count them. 2, 5, 6, 16, 17. I have to have 20 little of these beads. Look how little these beads are, y'all. You can see. There it goes. Super, super little beads. Do you know what? I'll be right back. Oh, good. I didn't miss anything. Y'all, look at what I made. I had to turn the shop on. Look at this. All of this is hand beaded. Look at the feather. I hand beaded it. All of this is hand beaded. I sell these. This took me over 45 hours, 50 hours at least. Now, this is easier to puncture through, but the straw is very hard on the thread. I'm going to put this back here. The straw is super hard on the thread, so I have to really wax it good before I can, as I'm sewing it. So this stuff is very tedious, but a cap like this, I buy the cap, and this beadwork is going to make this cap about $100, ish. It depends on how much I do. If I just bead the rim, it'll be about 80 to 100. But if I bead the butterflies on here, I'm thinking about putting a butterfly somewhere over here that'll up it. Did we just, oh, yes, Heidi the Highlander. She did back up there is a video of her backing up and hitting O'Keefe's car.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
We're going to let it slide and then move on.
Or if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unity. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
I'm smelling
And you
some
say
caca.
you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign
Fundraiser.
event. I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
A lot of people gave money, so that's not anything you can hold
May
against
we
him.
approach, Judge?
Yes.
There's a lot of people that held money. You can't hold that against him. Come on, why are you not playing? Play. That's one thing that I've learned is you know, someone sits there and gives you money for your campaign, you really can't hold all that against somebody for doing that.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury
Do you have a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense.
You know, this woman drives me nuts sometimes, but she does run a proper courtroom. She's a rule follower.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
55.
Are y'all okay with me doing this while we listen? I don't want to offend anybody.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm usually a
Mr. Albert, that's,
multitasker.
obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
Newspaper.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
Oh, bull crap.
You can take the photo down.
I want to get a soundbite of a cow going.
You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
See, all this
Yes.
time, I have only done those three
So
colors.
Part of your duties
Takes forever.
as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ooh, that
Let
would
him
be
have
cool.
it. Is
I'd
that
like
one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired.
I'd watch that.
correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Yep.
Can you rephrase that?
You
Nope.
would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have
A
no
lot
idea.
of people did.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be, not sure.
Yeah.
And as far as
Ton of people
your,
go to those parties
you know,
and
ties
they're
to the
not
Canton
friends.
Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him.
He's not
since
calling
the age of
anybody a
12,
friend
correct?
in this situation.
Somewhere around there. Maybe earlier.
You don't have to show your
And
face on
you're tight
camera
with
to
him.
do stuff like this.
I don't know if I call it tight.
I watch watercolorists because I
He's not an
watercolor
enemy
that
of yours, is he?
that
Oh, God,
don't
no.
even never
He's
show
a
their
friend of
face.
yours, correct?
Sure.
You just hear them.
Does sure mean yes?
And
Yes.
The camera's facing down.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
He did get some notoriety
And
on the
you know
show.
that your brother Brian
Nationally
was also a
publicated,
trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Ooh,
Objection.
Sustained.
this judge
Your
is being
brother
a little
Brian
snip.
Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
There,
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
this whole thing.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
There's
Sure.
issues.
But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you
With
grew
everybody
up
being
and
friends
raised
with
together,
everybody.
correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
555-223.
34, I believe.
You know that
Was
number.
that for 34 Fairview?
Oh,
I don't think so.
oh, yeah.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was, you
Paul, I
became
gotta do
familiar
this.
with
Yeah, he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
him. And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Sorry, that made me feel better.
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Yes,
Two of your
you
brothers
do.
are or were police officers,
Correct.
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
Correct.
And we were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And they gave you money towards your
And
campaign.
With regard to, I'd like to ask you some
Dang well they did.
questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes,
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
That doesn't
Correct.
get me as a juror because a
And,
lot of people
you
donate to
also
those
knew
campaigns.
Michael Proctor
Who are
prior
in
to January
offices.
29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Oh,
Couple.
Your Honor,
So-
that's snippy. You don't need to be that way. You're getting
At some
spicy.
point,
Any more of that, I'll
Michael
have to get my
Proctor,
spicy meter out, y'all.
came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes,
You knew him by face, correct?
correct,
And you knew him by name, correct?
correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't understand all these
What
sustainings.
did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Hey, bro,
Objection.
dead man outside.
May we be seen as sidebar? Judge?
Sure.
Another sidebar? Why is there so much objections and sustainings of questions that once again, I'm not a lawyer, y'all. So do not slap me. I am like an alternate juror. I'm just seeing it as I see it as somebody sitting in the jury box thinking, what the hell are they doing? Hey guys, I have gone 3/4 of an inch in this whole time. That's how much time it takes to do this. I need to get my mic better. That's how much time it takes to do this. And I don't have the best of light in here for this. I need bright, small pen light. But yeah, this is getting a little interesting for me, y'all. I need to tell you that my son is driving to my daughter's college. We got the email that she has to move out of her dorm today. I know, 1 day notice. I mean, that kind of pissed me off. So I am having to hold down the fort. So if I have to excuse myself for a few minutes, don't worry, I will come back. I'm too invested in this. So what are y'all thinking? Yep, end of semester. Well, last year we got lucky. She got to stay in her dorm room because that particular dorm unit was a summer dorm unit. However, this year it is not. I'm proud of my daughter. She's not
Without
missing
getting
semester.
into
She's
the
going
precise
summer,
wording,
spring, and fall.
You'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes,
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
no,
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
objection.
Do you consider that?
No,
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second
Oh!
family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Oh, I'm getting my spicy meter out, y'all. Here we go.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir,
Spicy meter.
you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
No, you have every right to be. I gotcha.
yes,
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Yep.
correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Let him ask his question.
All right. Now, you've
That
testified
pisses me
that
off when they
on
don't let him ask
January
a question.
28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like
Phone number.
phone numbers
address.
or, but
The cell number prior to that day.
no, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
You're not supposed to
how
make,
many beers
whoa,
you would
whoa,
have had
whoa,
before
whoa,
going
whoa,
out?
guys.
No.
And would you have drank that beer?
Do y'all understand what's wrong with that right there? Do y'all get why that is wrong? Anybody know the answer to that? Why is that a problem? Tell me. I know the answer. Do you know the answer? Is that a problem? Why is that a problem? The problem is under food and health code departments, and I don't care where you are, you're not allowed to keep personal, Sensei here, you're not allowed to keep personal beer, liquor in, especially if you got a liquor license, in the cooler with other beer for clients. You cannot mix your alcohol with somebody else. I mean, with the restaurant's alcohol. You can't. And you're not supposed to be drinking it. And if you're on duty, you can't be drinking. And if you're on duty the next day, you can't be drinking. But this is a good old boy system.
Beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
Why
When
is
did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
He
And you knew that
knows.
your wife Julie was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
You do
And
know.
couldn't meet her
You
there
ate at
because you were still
McCarthy's.
working, right?
Correct.
But at
You
some
had
point you heard that
appetizers. You
Julie and
stayed.
others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
I used to manage a restaurant
Yes.
that had alcohol. And there's a lot of laws.
And the
And that's
waterfall is a
big
short
no-no.
walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
Why did it take you 45 minutes?
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And
Uh-oh.
the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like
he's got
potato
something on
skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
All that work I
Two
just did
times.
was to replace one
And
thread.
you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Oh.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were
I'll be back,
acquaintances?
y'all.
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Come on, baby.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you?
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
That was one of the texts.
I'll make just a moment. May I approach?
Sure.
Oh, do we have, let's say, evidence number?
Oh, it needs to be marked.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one,
Okay. One over.
Okay, so I see we are on another break. Okay, tell me, y'all, in the comments, what did I miss? By the way, my headache is gone 100% for now. Praise the Lord. Oh, I'm feeling a little more human. It broke. And I am so grateful for it. I appreciate y'all being concerned about me. I'm not used to having people concerned about me. So thank you. I know a bit about selling alcohol in a real estate, but that's it. Fun facts. Okay, if a cashier's under 21, have to have someone 21 or over to approve the sale. Well, come on, guys joke like that. You know, I don't see that as being. That's just guys horsing around.
I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's.
Sure.
Are we still in cross or we redirect? I think we're still in cross from what I'm understanding. I had to go, I made myself a decaf coffee.
And
The warmth feels real good on my
so
mouth.
you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Well, we can take that down.
You
At
don't
about
talk like that to
10:45
people
PM
you're
or
not
so, I
close
believe, you
to.
testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I shall be right back.
Would you agree
I
with
got a
me
client.
that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife, Julie, didn't want to stay any longer or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right. And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that
Lay down.
the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on?
Okay, I am back, as you heard me tell my girl lay down.
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early?
And that's
morning?
okay
It's
not
over
to
2
remember.
years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said
Oh,
between
go get ready,
12:05
and
and
love
12:10.
you.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50, well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure.
Oh, that felt good.
I think we need to back it up.
Y'all, I'm feeling so much better. The headache is broke. Mouth is still brutal, but my headache, I can handle a lot of different pains, but headache pains are just too much. The only thing I'm concerned about now is a rebound. Did I lose you?
If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. There we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am.
see, if they can show that he's not reliable on his date and times, then that kind of hurts him as a witness, I would believe.
Jeanette, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
Oh, yeah, you
I'm
do.
not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
He's saying no.
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
He knows he's in trouble.
Let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I
Apologies.
know, and I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I see Counselor Tepper for just a second, please?
She doesn't know where this is going, and she's going to get snippy. Hence why I had the spicy meter going right now. Yeah, this is going to be fun, y'all. For those who are just joining, I got to find the camera. I am beating this hat that says raised on Dolly. Parton, that is. And I'm beating the hat. Ugh. This is a very simple beating. This is not elaborate like the cowboy hat beating. The hat I showed earlier. This is fairly easy as far as pattern, but it is harder in the sense that I have to use a special needle to get 4, 5 it through the baseball cap itself because people don't realize it's thick cardboard in there. And it breaks needles so easily. So I have to use pliers to do it and be careful. 1, 2, 3. I need one more. And these beads are very tiny. I don't use the bigger beads. Somebody asked, why don't you just use the bigger beads? They don't look as refined. I've used the bigger beads on masculine hats. I've done a military hat. A Native American military guy wanted a Native Pride military hat beaded, and I did it. And that was the first one I ever was paid for. And but with the women, I use a lot more delicate beads because they usually like a more pattern work than the men.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making a connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to
I doubt it.
the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah. I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now if you're leaving the bar at like close to, 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right.
Wasn't sticky yet.
You're walking home, but it was cold, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold,
No.
right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day
Correct.
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it
No, I'll be right back.
freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom,
All right,
took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
all right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
But yeah,
and washed up?
but I did, that's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those things?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right, so you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yep. I wrote it
Yeah,
down.
I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
He said it was
I don't remember
8
exactly.
something in the morning.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
He said 8
I
something.
don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
That'd be good. Thank y'all for joining me.
With regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe, because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
And you permitted it, and
Can you
you're not
explain
21.
for the jury who or what
17 years old,
is
and you're allowing him to
Nevercracker?
drink.
What is Nevercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
Yep.
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell
Ooh,
you
got
that Colin used to
defensive.
throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
You can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
oh, you're
And say
lying.
F you to him.
You
Never.
are.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Oh, then why do you call him that?
Okay.
Excuse me. Then
So
why
is
do
it
you
your
call him that?
testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nevercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right.
So why do you
Well,
call him
You would
that?
agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home, that you and your wife Julie went to his house
That is correct.
and you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but
That's
again,
not the
in answer to
question.
my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
He didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me.
I love it when the
that-
cross happens, y'all.
Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character,
He was
Nevercracker?
out of his yard and he didn't want people destroying
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Sustain
Hence
next
the
question.
nickname.
Please
Yes.
sustain that.
I have the photo.
Oh, that's okay, love. I have to be in and out today because my daughter is moving out of her dorm and my son had to go help her because I cannot. So I am watching the shop. So I may have to step out here or there. Sensei, here. What is it, baby? What is it,
Mr. Albert, I
baby?
place two photographs before
on, lay
you.
down.
Take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
Gonna have
I
to
do.
get her more food in.
What do those photos
Yeah.
depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence.
Better.
We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in?
I'm gonna
April of
medicate. I'll be right back.
2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
A lot of I don't knows and have no
Do you
ideas
agree with
when it
me
comes
that you
to
texted
defense.
those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those are fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right, I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
For those who are doing the replay gang, when I say I had to go Medicaid, I have
With the court's
a
permission, maybe
mouthful of
we can publish for
blisters.
the jury.
Okay.
So I have numbing stuff to put on them about every hour.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please.
Why is this important? I'm trying to figure that out. He is spending a lot of time
That
on
is
that.
also John's house in the background there.
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn.
Action, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
It's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
What did y'all get? What have y'all gotten from this line of questioning?
Just one other question, sir. When you
Yeah,
spoke
would have
to
been
Trooper
rude.
Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
It's so easy when you don't want to answer to say, I don't remember.
redirect.
I
Yes,
don't
sir.
remember. Is that song? We did that song?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you became?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe?
Oh, bullcrap. You know the day.
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police.
Oh, where did they go? No. Oh, snap. Somebody did something. Where did the feed go? Okay, y'all. Okay, let me go to the comments. Right. So they went to John O'Keefe's lawn when he was out of town and posted that picture. And I understand them being funny and stuff, but I really disagree with the fact that he states that he doesn't know certain people and all that crap. When you are a selectman or council person for a town, you schmooze everybody. He knows a lot more than he's saying. I'm sure of it. I'm getting there, y'all. I've done that much in the time I started this, about an hour. I'm still perplexed as to why Karen would drop him off so far away from the drive. That's pretty good sized driveway. How big is the party supposed to be? At the house, there was the two homeowners. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people plus John. And in the snow, wouldn't it be easier just to pull up on the curb and then drive out than to pull up and have to back out? I don't know, but a lot of times if I'm dropping my children off or something like that, I pull up in front of the house. I don't pull up in the driveway.
When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
So well after January 28th, 2022.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that?
Yeah.
It just made sense for us. It was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And
I don't believe that.
selling the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
Y'all, I don't agree with that one bit. That home had been in the family for so
Now,
long.
with regards,
I don't agree with that. I just find it suspicious in my own humble opinion.
with regard to your son Colin, when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point
None.
in time?
Boy, he's answering that
You went over to
quickly.
Your brother Brian Albert's house, and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Now, with
None.
regard to
Very short.
the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. he ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. Hey, kid, get off my lawn. So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, hey, John just yelled at Dylan. And I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, hey, I was just kidding. It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
correct.
And that was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Your Honor. So
Ooh, the
after
judge
you
is ready
sent,
for a
the
break.
Text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn. Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the
I'm
lawn.
sorry, the judge.
Yeah, he
is
came
ready
over
for a
after.
break.
Nothing further.
I got to get my pitch in order, man. I get a little
All
pitch.
set, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be just sitting there like the jurors. It's not going to be too long because I'm going to end around 12.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
thank you.
stay.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
That's okay. So-
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So call about it.
You are muted.
I want to get more testimony.
Yeah. Yeah. I question the sale of the home. I really do. I guess I'll do this. I'm gonna take a break. Yeah. See, it takes a long time to do this. About an inch an hour. That gives you an idea. About an inch an hour. Someone asked, what am I doing? Native American beater, and I do take baseball caps and I bead the top. So I load it with beads and I go through the hat and then I run it through the thread through the beads a second time and go back. So each row of beads have 2 layers of thread inside. It makes it very durable, makes it very tight. And if should one thread break, the other is there to maintain it. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with this so far. Here, I'll give it a close up. Yep. I'm doing the same colors that are in the dolly. I'm getting hungry, y'all. And I don't know what I can eat. I'm terrified to eat. I'm scared to eat. But why don't we do this? It is, I have been up for 6 hours. So I need to get food in my belly. Would y'all while they are on break, let me take a break. While they are on break, let me take a minute and go and get me something to eat. I will return very shortly. I hope not to lose anybody. But in the meantime, I'm going to pick some music. Let's see about this one. I like that one. And I'm going to put that up. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, I told you it wouldn't be long. I told you I'd be back. I love these little prosciutto with mozzarella. I got 2 of these. We'll see if I can eat it. I am terrified. I love, like sandwich. Thought about, but I can't have anything that's like bread. I can't have a lot of things. Everything right now is hurting my roof of my mouth. Everything. It feels like there's a nerve that just shoots straight through my skull. So maybe this I can eat. We'll see. Okay. I was hoping Chris Albert would be a little more of a punch. All right, Andrea. Ann, go ahead. I get it. We're good. It hurts, but not that bad. I think what I'm going to do... No, I don't, because it changes my taste buds. I have numbing gel I'll put on when I'm done eating. I was hoping for a bang this morning, and I haven't gotten the bang yet. What do y'all think? Let's see. Anything this morning that stuck out? Nope. They tried to impeach him on his times. I mean, it's been 2 years. I get it. You don't know exactly what time. But what got me is when he said his son came home the first time, he being Chris Albert was just on the stand. It was like, he said his son came in at 8. And then he popped it back to 10 minutes after he got home. And that doesn't make sense because people were at the home till after 1 something 2. I don't know exactly. I don't know. But that would put him at home before John O'Keefe even got to the party. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to think about this. I'm trying to think it through. Maybe I'm going to try and do this without making a mess of my beadwork. Let me look back through my notes. Y'all, we're in day 8, and I literally have that much notes. I literally have a half a binder of notes. So let me see. Can you hear me okay? Aaron O'Keefe, trade 2. So dispatch came in then at 6:09-ish a.m. So I'm trying to see where it states. Because we did hear somewhere we heard, opening arguments. That's what I'm looking for. Because in the opening arguments, I think they stated what time the party was. What time did they get to the party? So I'm getting to the opening statements. Hold on. Okay. Karen Reed, day 1. Because that's my question. What time did what time did they leave from Waterfall, and what time did they arrive at Albert's home? What time did they arrive at Albert's home? Because they don't say. Why have they not said? They don't say. But let's just play the game for a minute. All right, they don't say. So let's play the game for a minute. Does anybody know what time they arrived at the home? I may have to go and look at my notes from our wonderful friend, Brandy Churchwell, because Brandy may have that information. That's what I want to know. So I'm going to look, if you'll give me a split second, let me get my binder back in order while the pages try not to fall out. I love this tool process, but sometimes these pages kind of want to come out on their own. It's a brand of binder. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's pull up, remember yesterday, the, why do I sound so tinny? Anybody, do I sound tinny to you guys? Testing, testing, testing. I sound too tinny. Broadcast. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. Oh. I don't know how to change this. Okay. So anyway, I am going to, maybe it's because I don't have the other ear in. Ah, that's it. Okay, come on. And my mouse is slow. Okay. What I'd like to bring in right now, guys, and show you is the timestamps that Miss Churchwell has worked on. And she's been absolutely phenomenal on that. And I thank you so much for this. I would not be able to follow along if it was not for that great lady. And so, extra large so I can see which one. I am looking for these. I showed him yesterday, but we're not. Let's try this one, and I'm going to share screen window. I'm going to share this. Share. Okay, so let's clip up here for a minute. Oh, I guess I'm not sharing the one I want to share. Nope, I don't want the record. Let me change. So what I'm pulling up is a timeline. And that's what I want to share with you guys is the timeline. Okay, here we go. Okay, supposedly, John arrived with Karen, between 12:21 and 12:24. Then that means at 12:20, Chris Alberts is getting into bed. The pickup here arrives at what time? Let me go to another photo. Call log. There is a photo. Nope, let's go back. I know I'm searching, y'all, and I appreciate you hanging in there with me. Julie Nagel. Okay, but Colin is not in that car. So 224, Colin and all of them, this other vehicle's there at 224. So this car pulled up behind them. So I don't know anything about Colin at this point. I'm trying to figure out Colin. Don't know if I'm going to be able to. Anybody have any opinions on that? So Colin apparently returns home from whatever he was doing at 12:20. And by the questions with the defense, he had no wounds, no marks or anything. Well, Dad wouldn't have seen it that night if he just poked his hand. Hey, Dad, I'm home. Bye. So to me, he wouldn't have noticed anything. And if it's in the sleeve area or in the stomach or back area, at the age of now going on 18, his dad may not have known he had gotten in a fight if nothing happened on his hands or head. In my humble opinion. None of my kids were fighters, thank God. What did you guys think about, let me get to it. The walk home issue. I'm surprised the judge, and I shouldn't be, but I guess I am. The judge has gotten really snippy when it comes to the defense's questioning. I find her more snippy with the defense than I do the prosecution. That's just where I'm at. Talked to some other people about the arm injury in my glass theory. And once I brought that up, a lot of people were like, oh, really? Uh-huh. And for those of you who are watching on the replay, we appreciate you. I call you the replay gang. I can't do the other one because somebody else does it. But this is a style of glass that was in evidence. That glass that was explained today is not the same glass that Karen Reed brought into the second bar. They're stating that Christopher Albert states that Karen Reed brought a taller glass under her shirt into the bar with a clear liquid in it. Now, y'all, taking a drink out of a bar is a huge no-no, unless the city has an ordinance to where you can do so. I strongly doubt that they do. One of the other things that got me is that Chris said that he himself was drinking a private beer in his restaurant that he kept in the same refrigerator as you keep regular customer alcohol. It's my understanding that's a no-no. Anybody bartenders here? When I took my alcohol beverage course, which was years and years ago, y'all, I mean, many years ago when I was a waitress, that was one of the questions. You cannot consume alcohol that is meant for the store, nor can you house alcohol for personal use in the same cooler with the store. Oh gosh, I'm having a hard time, guys. I apologize. For those who don't know, I've got blisters in my mouth. And it is very hard to talk and swallow to a point. So if you're on, tell me who's still listening, please. I appreciate it. Today has not been much. We've had some spiciness from the judge. I'm trying to review yesterday's. That was something interesting about yesterday's. Yesterday's testimony, of all the witnesses, they had Rebecca Trayers, Nicole Cole, O'Keithans, the lawyer, and his wife. What am I looking at? Nicholas and Karina, both I can't say that name. Then the person, other jurors that they had, other witnesses that they had Kirk Roberts, Rebecca Trez, who was the bartender, by the way, and Catherine Camerona. All of these people, none of them, Michael Cameron, all of them said that the relationship between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed appeared to be a good one. They did state that they did say and state at some point that someone had heard a disagreement over the children, the fact that the children were getting spoiled by Karen Reed. And someone was kind of talking about that, and I'm like, look, when you are a new parent to children that don't belong to you, and his sister and brother may have had more income than he did. He's an individual police officer. His means may have been, his means were definitely below Karen Reed's means. And you're trying to raise the kids to live within your means, and someone spoils them a little bit too much and it builds up expectations. I get it. He didn't want that. But I'll be honest, I've kind of been where he is. Someone in my life was trying to overly spoil my kids. And I was like, look, we can't do this. I can't keep it up. And when this person no longer was around us, they were visiting. It wasn't like a boyfriend, but when they come in and visit, they'd spoil the snot out of them and then they leave. And I'm like, I can't compete with this. And I asked them to, please, I don't mind you gifting gifts and things, but let's bring the dollar amount down a little. Like no PlayStations or anything crazy like that. And also, Karen appears to have come from a little more financially secured background. And for her to go get her nails done all the time, or her to go get pedicures or do certain things may just be routine for her. And she doesn't see it as an extravagance, where a man who never does that, didn't have a wife, that may be an extravagance to him. I get it. And some people don't like people giving sugar to the kids. So going and getting Dunkin' Donuts every morning before school may be out of line, but once every 2 or 3 months may be okay. By the way, I had a donut yesterday. I have to really think when I swallow with this food, because the whole upper roof of my mouth is raw meat. and it's very painful. But I am so hungry, y'all. I've not had really any solid substance for a while. Everything I eat feels like little razors cutting my mouth. I'm sorry if it's TMI. I want to kind of go over this chart. I'm sure we're going to get into it in the next day or two. Let me open it up. And I'm going to go ahead and share it. Change up the music, maybe bring it down a little. Looks like they're coming back. Okay, we'll talk about it later. There's something vibrating in the mic, and it's not me.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
Gee gads. Oh, my mouth. Sorry. Ooh. Reminds me when I had chemo. Sores in my mouth. Who is the next witness?
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
We'll call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Who did he say? Julie Albert or Lee Albert? Julie Albert.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She don't look too happy.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived with us?
A little over 2 years,
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
my whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows
Oh, 15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
The
He owns a
25 is
restaurant in
not open
Canton.
anymore.
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe for the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses were on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John Oakey?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long have you known John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe,
Mhm.
were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those people?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for,
Yes,
and you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew. as well.
yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms. Reed?
It has to be 2020.
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification
Okay.
by the witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
And by the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or well, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When you say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole,
Yeah, I poked my finger.
my
with
niece,
the needle.
Caitlin,
Yes, saw it.
and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friend?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother,
Brian.
Brian. Okay. And that would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest? Is
The
that
oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
And is Waterfalls
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at D&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No,
opposite?
opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, Where did you go? Did you go to the waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes,
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plan to go out
Yep.
and celebrate, didn't end up coming.
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to work?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 8, 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in. And the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, like a little against the wall.
In a
And
makeshift
when you went there, was
stage.
the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially, when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband, Christopher, comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got? Let me ask
Came
you this.
in, yeah.
He came in. Did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, he probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when he
Yes.
was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now,
Claw or
while,
cloud?
While you were there,
Eyes,
so
sparkles.
after your husband came in,
Mhm.
who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Mhm.
And
Is that
do
yes?
you know?
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband, Christopher, arrived?
I don't recall.
But some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, had you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were at like a basketball game and I was
High
at a game,
school.
like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
Okay. So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
White Claw.
After Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
I
Correct.
don't even know what that is.
Now
That tells you how little I drink.
Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came in at some point as well.
So you
And-
have to
Yes.
make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
And if you know about what
Yes,
time was it
ma'am.
that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed came?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, before 11 o'clock?
No one's gonna hold on that. Simon's good one. Okay, and with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because she walked in with the glass.
Now, did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of
Opposite
Washington
side.
Street?
Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF
Yes.
McCarthy's water.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out, if you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that point?
He was in the Navy, and he was stationed in San Diego, yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes. He was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes.
Is this him communicating with you?
Yes.
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
Yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on then?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope. Nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
Now, during the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the water?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
And who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin,
Mhm.
have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son, Colin?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waking up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did
Sounds
that
like
happen on
decent
this
kid.
occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and came upstairs?
Yes,
did you have
she did
occasion
walk in with a
to
glass.
him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes. We talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I had asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
Let him
So,
finish
I
the
know this is
question.
sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question
Okay.
before answering, okay?
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. Not, okay.
Now, after your son Colin came home.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning of the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
And is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
But it was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms.
What the heck just happened? Y'all, what just happened? Uh, uh? I don't know what just happened. Let me get it back. I apologize, y'all. YouTube. There we go. Why do I not have sound? There we go.
And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to third. I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
how long a period of time were you there then?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
And when you say they, how many of them came to you?
There were two.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just testified?
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Alba, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to pick up on a question and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It
don't
was
recall.
February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided
And
childcare for
drifting.
children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Day. Everybody.
Thank you for what? I'm not trying to be blasé or mean, but this testimony is gonna put me to sleep. I guess they're gonna have everybody that knew these people testify. At some point, it gets so redundant. I think you start to lose the importance of the testimony when you put 50 people up there to testify. I just, Oh, you're welcome. I actually do this for 2 reasons, and I have to do this sometime tonight. I felt so bad last night I didn't do it. But I've got to go back and put the timestamps in. There are people who like the timestamps, and so I often like to timestamp it. And I did double loop. Okay. They like to timestamp because they may not want somebody's testimony when they want to see somebody else's. They're play people. Also, if I ever have a question about someone's testimony, I want to hear it again, I can just go back and find it by the timestamp. But it also helps everybody else. So it's a win-win. I was feeling great for about an hour. Now I'm starting to feel a little crummy again. No headache, just kind of blah. Usually you get headache hangovers. I think that's where I'm at right now. And I'm beating this to stay awake. This kind of testimony gets me a little tired. Of course, what you're seeing there, the parents to Karen Reed, I'm assuming. from what I've heard and seen in the past. Only family members are allowed in court, and even then it's a limited number. And they are a limited number of news media. So this court is not technically open to anyone. I'm sure there may be a line of people wanting to get in. Hello, Eddie. What do y'all think about them putting people on to testify to the same thing over and over and over and over again? So we still need to hear from Kevin Albert. We still need to hear from Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe. We need to hear from Brian and Nicole. We've heard from Brian and Nicole. We still need to hear from Proctor. Higgins, Carrie Roberts. We need to hear from probably 8 or 9 more people. I'm like, dude, at some point, you are going to wear the jury down to where they're like, we don't want to hear any more of this. And they can start losing interest in facts. I'm just saying. How many times do you ask somebody, was there any wounds or anything? It's just wash and rinse and repeat for the next couple of days. I get why they need to do it to a certain level, but I think that it loses the emphasis and the attention of the jury. What are y'all's thoughts on this? Because right now, for 2 days, we've heard a lot of the same testimony just by different people. I know they want to interview everybody that was at the bar and interview everybody, but there's ways to do this to make it go quicker. And I know the judge is probably getting a little irritated with the amount of repetitiveness, because she's made it clear that she did not want them wasting the jury's time with repetitive witnesses. So I wonder what this was about. Oh, I forgot to put bench. My bad.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
Need a time frame, Ms. Stephen.
Oh,
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
from the moment your children.
Before January of 2022.
Oh my God, that was
did you
funny.
provide
Judge,
childcare
come on.
for Courtney Proctor's children?
Really?
Yes.
When?
Off and on for the last 10 years.
2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis
Okay.
after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
The Proctor family entrusted
How
you with the
original.
care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
y'all
You
caught
know that Michael
the names?
Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
Oh, wow.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your
Why?
son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Hearsay.
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
I don't know this, y'all. I don't know why some of this stuff is getting objected other than it may be under a hearsay clause. Or it was not properly set up. I don't know. But all I do know is I'm getting some work done over here. Yeah, she seems very evasive. For those who just hopped on, friend gave me this hat and it says raised on Dolly. I'm Native American. I do the Native American beadwork like you see here. Look what I'm doing to the brim. I will do the entire brim and then I'm going to put bling on it. Yes, so annoying. It's getting to be too much, too annoying. I noticed I wish I had counters. I have one here. What if any? And right now I have 32 what if any's on it. But I don't have like Recovery Addict does, to where he can put a title and a counter. Because I would put defense versus prosecution sustained objections. I guarantee you the defense has a lot more sustained objections than the prosecutors. But we'll see how all this turns when the case gets to the defense's side. They're coming back.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
I'd say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well.
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool.
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess
Oh,
I'd ask
bullshit.
to
You
define
just signed
very
very close to
Deny
somebody
that
else a
you were
minute
very
ago.
close with Courtney Proctor?
No, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely you talk to
Phone.
Courtney Proctor by phone?
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Oh, that's bullcrap. That is a
Were
way
you
out.
Using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Woo!
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that
Whoa.
you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so.
That's
you don't
rarely?
deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Rarely means
Well,
once a
You
month.
know that my client,
Being
Karen
very
Reed,
evasive.
was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
How convenient. I'm struggling with this crap.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach,
Mhm.
your memory is exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I like that phrase. My memory is exhausted. I might use that. I like that. I may put that in my file for the next time somebody's questioning me. I don't recall my memory is exhausted,
I'm showing you a document with
which
a
I don't
number of.
anticipate
Just
happening.
show it to him.
Right, no, I just wanted to point out which
be
ones
right
that I'm
back, y'all.
pointing out. So the third, I was missing a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle-
Yannetti, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I
that's-
appreciate it.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes,
This case involved your family, did it not?
how do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes,
So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
well, yes, yes,
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
yes,
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So folks, why don't we end here, right? Ms. Albert, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see here
Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach,
Mhm.
your memory is exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I mean,
Sure.
I'm showing you a document with a number of,
Just show it to her.
right, no, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was thinking a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like. the
Mr.
middle.
Yannetti, just bring them up,
Sorry.
please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I
that's-
appreciate it.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for,
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes,
This case involved your family, did it not?
how do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes,
So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
well, yes, yes,
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
yes,
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Sustain. So folks, why don't we end here, right?
Ms. Albert, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. I'll see counsel inside our other jurors. Then. Thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
I said, whoa! Spicy. What the heck has just happened here? I'm kind of watching just to see if they come back and say anything else. So they're supposed to come back tomorrow, if I believe correctly. Tomorrow is Friday. Do we get a full day on Friday? Do we? Do we? Let's see if they come back on the record. Because the jury's gone. Uh-oh. Volume. Come on, give it to us. Want to hear it? It's not me, y'all. I'm full volume. Oh, man. Let's see if they come back and give us anything. Or at least say the court adjourned. And see if they tell us when they're coming in tomorrow. I'll be honest, guys. I'm really glad this is a half day. Because my brain is starting to hurt again. I need to go take some more meds. It's about that time. I've got a lot of computer work I need to get done. This is a lot of work, y'all. I got to go do timestamps. I got to go prepare the slides for tomorrow. All of that good stuff. She's not weird per se. In my humble opinion, I respect that. She is on the ball. She is running a very strict courtroom. It's her job to run the courtroom, keep them moving, keep the time going, follow the law. I mean, she's really running a tight ship. I think a lot of what we've been used to lately is a lot of loose ships. And I can tell you one thing is that she does not want to be seen the same way other courts have been seen. I like the judge on one hand for the George Kelly trial, but I think he got his hands smacked when he allowed the prosecution. It was supposed to be 3 weeks total, and he gave the prosecution more than 3 weeks for their case. And then, some people were screaming Kelly only had a day and a half. Kelly didn't have to do much. He really, the way that trial went, he could have just sat down and done nothing, Your Honor, and probably would have had the same outcome. But, I got to tie this off. I don't know if I have enough. It's going to be fun. The biggest thing for me, though, is with this one, is I think they're putting a lot of people up there that don't need to be put up there. Or it's just taking so long. 8 weeks, y'all. They are going to have this trial for 8 weeks. I think that Johnny Depp was the longest trial I ever watched. That and, OJ took forever. I didn't watch that the whole way because I was in school, but watched a lot of it that was on the news. In my later years, actually, I went back and watched that trial. I was interested in that trial. I do remember, if it don't fit, you must have quit. And I got to, wait a minute, wait, that's leather. It's been covered in blood. How can it fit? It would shrink and it would become, it was very, almost like dried brittle, full of blood. Of course it wasn't going to fit because it shrank. But it is what it is. So what I'm doing now is I'm tying off the, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, we'll see you guys at 8. Did they say 8 tomorrow morning? Did you say 8 o'clock? No. No, you didn't. Did they say 8 o'clock? That's 7 o'clock my time. Oh, snap. We may actually run a little behind then, because that's 7 o'clock my time, which means I got to get up at 6 o'clock my time. And the way I've been feeling, I don't know if that's going to happen. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. For those of you who don't know, I have gotten a virus. I've got mouth full of sores. And I'm not feeling all that great, but we'll just see how I'm feeling in the morning. If I wake up and I'm ready to go, then I'll come. If I'm not, I won't. So just so you know, all morning I only got 2 inches, not even 2 inches, 1.75 inches. So this takes a lot of time. So I'm going to take a break. I really appreciate and love all y'all mods. You are awesome as always. You rock as always. You are my superstars. And yay, we got through an entire 2 days without a troll. That may not be good. We need to get more people watching, and I don't know how to do it. So you guys, please share this as much as you can. I will rest up. You rest up. If you need anything, communicate with me through the group chat. In the meantime, see everybody tomorrow. Oh, I should know better than to do that because it really hurts. Really hurts. Okay, guys. With that, so long, farewell. I hate to say goodbye. Goodbye, y'all.
Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
All rise to the court, please.